See how this fares. Really don't know. I'm gonna flip that around. There we go. Let's see how long I last. Because I have no idea. Yo, Ollie. Oh, jeez. 93 degrees. Yo, Sajad. PC's doing a little bit better. Yo, Ravage, thanks for the good luck. I reapplied the thermal paste. Okay. Okay, so now I know for sure that the issue is temperature throttling. I just don't understand why the fuck it's so high right now. Unless that's just one. No, the frame drops are absolutely being caused by temperature throttling. It's just I'm not sure what the hell is causing it. Yeah, I just applied the thermal paste and everything. Or I reapplied thermal paste. Let me see here. If I minimize this, and then I go over to here, and then I turn off the source preview, that might help. Nope. It did nothing. And I need to take this off too. Well, shit. I may have to turn off the overclock then. That's gonna be step 2. Either that or I need to reapply thermal paste. But I'm not 100% sure that I need to reapply thermal paste. Oh, neat. Those temperatures don't look good. It's also without Firefox open too, so I'm not really paying much attention to what I'm doing at the moment because I'm caring a lot more about the... Oh yeah. I can't make it from here, nope. Okay. Maybe it's Windows Firewall? I don't think so. Okay. Interesting. That wouldn't have grabbed the gem. Either it's the heatsink's fault, or the thermal paste is mismanaged, which causes it in the firewall. What does the firewall have to do with my temperatures? Because, like, this chip runs high, but it's at, like, 93 degrees, which is crazy. Which, I mean, before it would, like, reach it, but then it would just idle at, like, 80. Now it's idling at, like, 93. Which is concerning, because chips are not supposed to run that hot. Okay. So fast, chip can't keep up. I don't know. It could just be also the fact that I'm streaming too. And it's hot. It's like 32 degrees. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Cool. Yeah, this is even worse than... This is even worse than before. The fuck? Am I gonna have to just completely redo the thermal paste? Actually, no, my PC's running better. Is anybody noticing frame drops? Like, on the capture card? Or is that clearly, or is that purely on my end? What? Because on my end, it looks, the frame rate looks really bad. Like, extremely bad. It looks like it's 15 FPS. And I'm not asking for, like, tolerable. I mean, like, are you noticing the frame drops? I think I'm actually going to open it up on Twitch to see. You're not noticing anything? Okay. You see frame drops? That's what I was thinking. Let me see. Okay. Doesn't look that bad. Okay. Alright, I never really fully checked that and checked this, until just now. Okay. It doesn't look anywhere near as bad as what it looks like in my preview. And that's fine. Okay. Yo, MILFs. I do not know how my performance is going to be because I had to do a lot of shit today. And I was unmedicated for half of the day. So usually my body's all fucked up, especially because I was taking half dose of my medication throughout the weekend. It's one of the reasons why I didn't stream. Also, yesterday we had an informal retirement party for my mom, where I got to see several of my cousins, and I learned a lot about I am not that much different from my cousins. Undo Night Stream, this must be a dream. It's not a stream. It's not a dream, though I'm not sure how long I'm going to be doing this, because I don't know how long my stamina is going to last. Congrats on the No Dimension Skip PB, thanks. I kind of wish the AoE were better, and I really wish the game didn't cuck me at, on God Cycle. You know, to see the gem grind back. I am and always will be more of a hundo runner than an any percent runner. Yeah. Let's do boiler. See how I'll do in boiler. I'm gonna try to do I'm gonna try to do Pipers. Damn it. I think I'm supposed to do a Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Alright, get the funnies out, game. Also, yo, Abdo. I acknowledged your message, but I didn't say hi. Because I'm a bitch, I guess. But yeah, I got to learn that, my cousins are, at least, from one particular, from my uncle, are not that much different from, my brand of autism. And that also includes, by the way, game mechanics and game mechanics exploits. Which is hilarious, because, like, I thought, I mean, maybe not to the same level, right? But still, it's kind of funny to be like, wait a minute, so that shit runs in the family too? Okay. The stream now looks 15 FPS?
How could things get any worse?
That fucking sucks. It just means some splicing, don't worry about it. Clearly pre-recorded, exactly. Damn. Just wanted to say hi. Okay, yeah, see ya. Yo, Colty, thanks for the good luck. Recently closed Windows. That's probably that one too, yeah. And Neil Wadi Nor. Not tight. Why is it doing this? And it's like, it's even worse than before. But the odd part is that the PC is running better than it was before. But this particular thing is not. Bitcoin mining, imagine. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that, and then maybe I'll like reapply the thermal paste tomorrow. Or reapply it tomorrow, because like I applied it. I did make a small mistake, but while it says that the temperatures are higher, the performance of the PC itself is better. Outside of this, like, the only detriment I'm seeing is this. Maybe there's like a bubble or something? I don't know. What's going on with my PC? The performance was really bad on it. It was having like a bunch of lag issues. Probably lower per core average. Oh. That would make sense. I reapplied my thermal paste today. So it might be whatever's causing this frame dropping thing is not caused by the temperatures themselves. I guess it's being caused by something else. And I've been wanting to figure out what the fuck it is for the longest time. Did I use toothpaste? Ew. No. Obviously desktop. There's no way I can, like, take apart a desktop. Or, I mean, a laptop. But I've had this issue since I came back from Japan. Over a year ago. Where for some stupid reason, like, the capture card thing is, like... The capture card thing is, like, really stupid. And it, like, drops frames, and the frame rate, like, halves. I mean, maybe it's just the GPU. The GPU might have just been a dud. If I think... So the mistake was, since my, heatsink requires screws... at one point I didn't exactly get the screw in properly. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, it at least somewhat covered. Or it should be mostly covered. I don't necessarily think that there was anything massive that happened as a result of that. Maybe just a little bit. What CPU do I have? I have a Ryzen 7700, I think. Why does the CPU say Intel Pentium? I don't have an Intel Pentium. Hang on. DXIAG. Ryzen 7 5800X. It's a CPU that runs particularly hot. That part I know. It's always had, like, kind of insane thermals. Task Manager. No, I'm not using Task Manager. I don't have Windows 11. I'm using Hwinfo. That's what I've always used to track, thermals. I didn't even know you could track... What cooler do I have? I don't remember. It's not stock. It's one of those coolers that, has, like a bunch of... It's like a mesh of metal bars. above.
Cortex.
Yeah, it's air. I don't use water. And it has a fan attached to it. It's possible that that fan is not actually plugged in. I can't exactly remember. And I wasn't checking when I was reapplying the thermal paste. One single fan. There is another fan in front of it. Cool Master? Yeah, that should be... Shouldn't be caked in dust. My dad's doing stupid shit too. Like he switched our phone provider. He switched our phone provider and like it's causing issues. And he's thinking about switching our ISP too, which I'm gonna tell him no more of this bullshit. Because I have no signal around here. I went to, we have like one of those corner stores very close to my house. I had no signal inside the corner store. I'm pretty fucking pissed at him at the moment. Well, I'm gonna tell him to switch it back because this is... If I don't have signal inside of a fucking store, my internet's slow. No.
Come along.
And that's not... It wouldn't cause that because, like, it doesn't make sense because, the lag I've seen is on my end as well. That much of a speed to stream, I know. It's not... That's not the, like... That's not the point. The lag is an internal issue. Or the capture card lag is a complete and total internal issue. Unless it's actually... Is it the motherboard? Might be the motherboard. Buenas, Astronomic. ¿Cómo andas? Because, like, I mean, sometimes... What's up? Not much. I think it might be the motherboard having some issues, because, like, I mean, I've used the same brand. This is just another version of it, Tomahawk. And there are some issues. I noticed that there was an issue with one of the USB ports. That started not too long ago.
There they are.
And, like, I don't think my graphics card's a dud, but I've always had weird issues with the graphics card with, like... Especially after a certain point, there was an issue with, like, the... It might be a BIOS issue, too. I don't know. Try updating it? Yeah. I don't think that's gonna exactly fix it, but I can check to see if it'll fix some of the issues. But it's also weird because, like, what just happened What just happened was my internet totally dropped. For no reason. Oh, come on, man. And sometimes the dropped frames are kind of weird. Why? Well, Ethernet, yeah, but Wi-Fi? Onboard Wi-Fi? I don't use Wi-Fi. Yeah. No, it's not. All this basically sounds like is, if I can't find the solution to the issue, I might check what's happening. I just reapplied my thermal paste to my PC. And I'm checking stuff out, and I'm still having some problems, some weird ones. That I thought were being caused by, like, the thermals. Doesn't look like it, though. Dude, stop pushing me over. There you go. I mean, it's not happening right now, which is nice. The next thing that I'm going to try to do is I'm going to turn down the overclock a bit. Because I don't know, maybe it's doing too much. Because to be honest, I don't really need that much CPU power. I don't use the only thing that uses it. The only thing that really uses the overclocking is when I'm
This is where we wrong the rights.
yeah.
Passed under the rug.
That was going to be my second thing that I was going to check was turn down the overclock because I don't use it. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. Edge of the stability. And that's how the person that did my overclock did make this, so basically like the literal edge of stability. I mean, I don't really need overclocking. Because the only thing that needs the extra CPU power in the first place is rendering videos. Everything else doesn't really matter because, like, I mean, I don't do anything extremely intensive. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that. Because, like, I mean, the thing is I don't know enough about PCs. I don't know how to do most of that. I just kind of render. I could have gone for that. Okay, can you, like, let me jump, please? Also lowers power consumption. Counterpoint. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Other counterpoint. I'm not gonna trust a random YouTube video. To you guys, I've already heard the problems with, like, allowing a chat to, like, do tech support. No offense. And that's not to discredit you guys. However, I think, if I need the extra stuff, I will ask, but to be honest, I think just underclocking it, and I think someone said, like, just 1,000 whatever less should be fine. And I think I'll do that. That's not... I'm not mad or anything. And I'm also not, like, trying to discredit anybody. I would... In my own preference, I would like to trust a friend. But at the same time, I do appreciate the advice. I did get feedback that I was looking for because, I did also see, somebody had a similar problem with the stuttering. $100, oh yeah. That the body slam became worse? That's because you're playing in 50 instead of 60. But you're not... It's most likely an overclock instability issue. You do jump slightly lower when you play on the European version. Damn it. Fuck you. No, no, no. There you go. Seems fine now? Yeah, yeah, literally as soon as you said that. Why am I running this? Because I have unfinished business with it. But I don't think it's a driver issue. Do not use Reddit. Yeah, I know. Okay, neat. Yep. I'm pretty aware of that. Yeah. Reddit is basically incredibly polarizing. You either are going to find the best advice you ever can find, or you will find the worst advice you could ever find. You're never going to find an in-between. Deleted reply. Thanks for the solution. True. Now I wish somebody could fucking, like, figure out how to fix the Logitech G-Hub shit where it just fucks my mic. Because, like, I've looked up so many solutions about it, and the worst one that actually works is use it via drivers instead of G-Hub, which, that doesn't work because I need to have a very specific, setup. Why am I not getting this? There you go. I need a very specific sound setup or my sound hurts my ears. One time somebody tried to get me to change to a different headset and I couldn't get used to the pain. I have an extremely specific setup that I use, so that way I don't get pain when I listen to stuff. Which sucks because it's the old version of Dolby surround sound that works super well. But everything else just uses Dolby Atmos. And Dolby Atmos is fucked. Oh, whoops, I forgot Cortex. I gotta go grab him. Yo. See, the thing is I also did well. Like, Corsair's sound software was good as well. But, at the same time, the headset kept disconnecting every like, 10 fucking seconds. And, again, old Dolby surround sound for headphones, very good. Extremely good. I use a G935 with a G933, receiver. And what that does is, it allows me to still have the old surround sound while having the perks of using a G935. Because the problem is every single fucking person on this planet is stupid and decides that quality is way better than, like, comfort. And it's why, like, everybody has said that wearing your headphones for long periods of time causes, like, ear damage. Because the software is not good for the ears. But the setup that I use is really good. Open back headphones? Maybe. Well, like, the thing is what a lot of people don't understand is that if you don't have sensitive ears, you have no fucking clue that it is causing you headaches. The surround sound I use really softens a lot of the sound. And where I have particularly extremely sensitive ears, I am capable of wearing my headset with this setup for, like, 16 hours. I could be on my PC all day with no problems. I don't get irritated, no pain, nothing. And I've known that some people don't realize that if they're using headphones, they get that. Yeah, and by extremely sensitive ears, I don't mean, like, the outside. I mean just my hearing. And I also have a partially ruptured eardrum. That, it ruptured while I had an ear infection. And it never healed properly. Mostly because I never told anybody that I had it. Oh, Cortex, you fucking cockhead. And that sucks in particular because if there's too much sound, it will, like, it goes further and further into, like, sounding more like noise, and it causes sharp pain. I don't have any, like, hearing issues as a result of it. But there's, like, a weird buildup or tension that happens over time if there's a lot of noise coming into my ear at once. Yeah, actually my hearing in my right ear is still better than my left ear, despite the fact that it partially ruptured. And that also, by the way, is not the reason why I have to have this sound stuff. I had this problem beforehand. And yeah, it sucks. But I'm so particular because I know it works. And I'm pretty fucking sure if I found, like, a way to hack the old Dolby into more modern headsets, I would be super happy, because then I would be able to wear more modern and more comfortable headsets. But you can't do that because companies care way more about quality than ear health. Because you're not supposed to wear them all day, but the thing is that if you just make it better, people can wear them more often. Then they want to buy your product more, instead of you being a little bitch. Yeah, these are pretty minor problems, and annoyances. And I hate that I have to work with G-Hub, because everybody that's used G-Hub knows it fucking sucks dick. Especially because, like, the whole, fix for the... Especially the fix for the, like, the mic having no volume. The fix for that was patched out, which is really stupid. Like, why would you patch out a fix for something? Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. Okay, let's do some runs. Let's see how long I last. I'm not very confident in my... You see the new Rayman game? Yeah, I'm not that interested because it's a remake. More interested in the Spyro, because the Spyro is an actual game, and not just a remake of a good game that is already on, like, every platform. I have, like, a serious disinterest in the Dark Souls, or the Dark Souls / Skyrim treatment. What the fuck was that? I am a lot more, I mean, like, I'm a little bit hesitant because, like, it's still Toys for Bob and Activision. But at the same time, it's like, well, you know, we're getting a new Spyro. It's backed by Microsoft as well, so Activision can't just, like, step in and be stupid. It's a little slow, but it's okay. Yeah, not even a sub 20, not even a sub 30. It's pretty slow. Am I gonna play P4 Revival? Maybe. Kind of killed Halo. Yeah, but they kill. Hey, Microsoft didn't kill Halo. That was 343 Industries. Also, I'm also not saying that Microsoft is trustworthy. Toys for Bob is not really that great, but at the same time, some of it may have been Activision influence. So Would buy Xbox for Halo, same. I still have not played Crash 4, so I don't know how I feel about it yet. I did catch up on ReZero, though, finally. And I'm so mad because I have to wait days for the next episode. I'm so fucking mad. I don't want to wait. ReZero is just, like, kind of peak right now. Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. Sucks to 100%. Yeah, that is another thing that, like, really turns me off. Is I like 100%ing games. I think that that being able to full complete the game because of its extreme difficulty is a huge... That is, like, a huge deterrent for me. It's not like, say, Twilight Princess, where the only reason why it's hard to 100% is just because of... like... You know, it's long. PC port? Yes, I have. It is fantastic. Yo, Saucy. Damn, if I stream at these times, I get, like, an active chat. Interesting. Character designs don't mean dick. Unless they, like, actively really suck. You should never put too much stock in graphics. Graphics don't mean anything about a game unless the graphic design sucks. Good example, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. The graphic design is really bad. And what I mean by that is not that they didn't, like, you know, make it look decent. It's the fact that you can't differentiate anything from anything else, which means that the gameplay is nearly impossible to understand. I mean, that's the thing. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, art style does matter more than graphics. Okay, yeah, no. So, like, it's a nothing burger or a handful of enemies looking different. Creative differences don't mean anything as long as, like... As long as, like, it is not a detriment to gameplay. Wow, this is great movement. What the fuck? Yeah, 29.7. It's amazing. Like, the thing is, you look at the original Crash Bandicoot versus NST. NST does look nicer, but the thing is that the original trilogy is so much easier the original trilogy, it's so much easier to tell what is foreground, what is background, what is an enemy, what is basically anything, whereas NST is more realistic and it's more difficult to differentiate things, which means that game design has to hold your hand more in order for you to understand what the fuck is going on. Whereas back in the day, the graphic design was made to guide you so you knew what you were doing. The reason why we didn't need guides is just because of, like... is because it just... it's better than OG. You will definitely be on a hill and you will die on it. There's only one positive to NST and Crash 1. There is one positive, and that's that the only levels where you need to do deathless are colored gems. That is the only positive, and that doesn't make it better. All it does is just make certain things easier. But the actual design of the levels do not match with Crash's mechanics. Which means he slips off when he's not supposed to. Because of how hitboxes work in modern games versus older games. Because in older games, they use triangles. They use pillboxes. They use pill hitboxes in modern games. So it is super easy to slip off. Yeah, everything is beam. So because the level designs were not made for this, the designers had a couple of choices. One of them was basically to just, like, make things easier. One of them was to change the mechanics on the fly, and one of them would be to essentially leave it as is. And they did a combination of leave as is and modify mechanics for each level. Leaving gameplay rather inconsistent. Cycles also do not work on a chunk basis. They go on like a draw distance basis, which means some can desync from each other, so that basically ruins the flow of gameplay. Meaning that there are certain levels that have impossible cycles, depending on which part of the cycle you were on when the next one loads in. That is extremely bad game design. Yes. Well, no, I didn't see it. I don't care. Respectfully, I do not care about the Rayman remake. Because it's a remake. Now, see, for somebody that doesn't really have game design knowledge... Well, I wouldn't say game design knowledge, I would say more like, for somebody that doesn't understand retro gaming mechanics versus modern gaming mechanics, it's easy to not understand why somebody would be upset at NST, because the thing is the core gameplay is still the same. And what a lot of people do is they basically get drunk and play the game and remind themselves of the game. Which is fine, it's just that I think that it could have been so much... It just could have been so much more. And the thing is I don't think it's a good representation of the Crash trilogy at all. And that's why NST upsets me. New Rayman content. Is it new Rayman content, though? What does a domestic animal mean? I don't understand what that means. To fix, but they didn't. Yo, tia. Pet? If it's pet, I have 2 pets. Athena and Bexley, they're both dogs. Athena kind of pisses me off a lot because she doesn't like to listen. And they fight for my attention too. Yo, thanks for the stonks. You'd rather have a remake than nothing? Gracias por la suerte, Seno. Por lo menos estoy bien. Aunque estoy cansado porque había sucedido unas cosas. Especialmente no tuve mis pastillas hasta que mediodía, así que estoy cansado. Scared of big dogs like pit bulls? Pit bulls are some of the nicest dogs you could ever have. The only thing is that they are extremely hyperactive. They are also, unfortunately, very easy to train, and become aggressive if you don't treat them correctly. But pit bulls are some of the nicest dogs you could meet. They could just be very annoying. I used to have to babysit a pit bull here and there for my cousin. And the worst part was that he would just bite and bite and bite and bite and bite, and you just basically had to get mad at him and tell him, no, you get in your cage if he gets annoying. Not so great because I have fibromyalgia, so, like, that doubly hurt, but, it wasn't a bad dog, he was just annoying. Retold is kind of an experiment before Ubisoft makes a new game. I wouldn't call it an experiment, I would call it a cash grab. Because they know that the game is gonna sell. Ubisoft is attempting to scrounge whatever money it can before it goes bankrupt. Because Ubisoft is failing. And see, that's my issue, is that, like, they're not playing it safe. They know that Rayman will make money. If they were playing it safe, they would do the Sonic Frontiers thing, where they would make a new game based on somebody who can actually write a story. Which is that's exactly what Sonic Frontiers did. And the game was a success. And then there's Shadow Gens. That is playing it safe. Remakes are cash grabs most of the time. Not all the time. Like, for example, the Croc. What do you think needs to do to get back up? Stop being stupid. Listen. You know who isn't struggling in the modern gaming industry at all? Steam. Valve. Why is Valve not struggling? Because they're not doing stupid business practices. All Ubisoft needs to do, it's a really easy thing. Respect the customer. Respect the customer, stop fucking around, and instead of looking at the theoretical fucking, instead of looking at the stupid theoretical, like, margins, just fucking respect the damn customer, dude. Where's Half-Life 3, imagine? Valve can't count to 3. You think Gabe Newell's smart? No, dude has to go back to fucking preschool. Yo, Semi. I'm chilling. But yeah, it's not really that hard. All Ubisoft has to do to get back in the fucking game is just be like, okay, we're sorry, we fucked up. We're going to try to actually get you games that you want to play. And then focus on a fucking Rayman game. Put Mikel Ancel in there. Like, put, like, old veterans from the fucking gaming industry. Make a fucking game. With Steam controller only working through Steam. Most likely that the only reason why they're doing that is because they would get slammed with monopolies and whatnot. Because if they made the Steam controller compatible with everything, everybody would be using it. Because they don't want to use Xbox controllers or PS5 controllers anymore. Because you can't trust those brands anymore. That is what I'm assuming. Doesn't even work on PC outside of Steam? That's weird. I fucking did this specifically so that way it wouldn't fucking disconnect, and it still disconnects.
Before the awesome might of the evil twins. Aren't you too adorable? Let me see. I might have some chalky treats here for you.
Chalky treats? Oh.
You get both that and enhanced origins. Still cash grab.
Going to destroy your precious islands.
The good. You won't be around to see it.
How tiresome.
Oh, you want to play mind games? Okay, tough guy.
No, don't do this to me right now, dude.
Let's play mind games. This is the part where you run away screaming.
Even when it works on PC, depends.
Catch you later, Brainiac.
How are you not? Oh, right. Wiimote doesn't work on every PC. Depends. What a lot of people are not acknowledging is that the fucking video gaming industry is in shambles. And that all of the modern business practices fuck everything up. It's 100% all of the problems in the industry are just basically, they're all they're industry. All of it is industry, 100%. So like because the thing is there's the technology and the creativity out there to make great games. Like, we are basically currently in a treasure trove of creativity in terms of indie games. It's just that a lot of those get overshadowed by a lot of it gets overshadowed by like AAA bullshit and That was an awful slide jump. Holy shit. Overshadowed by AI slop? I don't really think it's AI slop anymore. That's the issue. It's complacency and acceptance of mediocrity. Mediocrity, yes. Mediocrity, yes, that is true. Complacency, maybe, but acceptance of mediocrity is 100% it. I don't know if anybody's ever taken, like, economics classes or, any business classes, but I will tell you guys exactly how the fuck that works, because you would be like, why wouldn't you want your product to be excellent? Here's the issue. It is taught in business that the consumer does not understand the quality at which they are buying. So what you need to do in order to maximize your efficiency is to basically make it, acceptable. Because the consumer will not... The standard consumer, not, you know, consumers like us, because consumers like us are able to tell the difference. The standard consumer does not understand the difference between good quality and decent quality. So therefore, you maximize your efficiency by putting in less resources, by making it mediocre instead of good, as in acceptable, so that way you put in less resources while still selling the same product. That is also now affecting the translation industry. Because this is where most industries head. Just in general, this is with basically all business practice schools. They are taught to eventually reach this, which is bad. Because they care a lot more about efficiency, which efficiency is not always good over time. It's very flawed. And what a lot of people, like what a lot of young people I've noticed tend to go to the conclusion of is that it is because of capitalist business practices, which is not true. It's not exactly caused by capitalism, it's caused by modern business practices. Because there was some guy that essentially, like, made this book of businesses and, like, they don't work correctly. Because, like, if you're in a certain industry, like, say, the video gaming, and if you know a lot about video games, you know, somebody who, like, you know, analyzes, makes glitch videos, breaks games down, and all this stuff, you've been out. I PB'd in, No Dimension Skip. But it's essentially, like, when you see all of this stuff, all of these, like, business practices do not make any fucking sense. And if these, like, bigwigs actually understood the industry itself, they would know that all the things that they're doing does nothing. Like, the mediocrity, you're even pissing off the standard consumer. You were really dumb. So what all of the companies know what to do to up their sales, which always works, is remakes. They put in remakes when all they want to do is make money very quickly. They just made that Rayman 1 collection. Who cares about the consumer anymore? They're gonna have to. When all of the consumers stop, like, fucking, buying their shit. Which the problem is Sony is now switching to an Eastern tactic, which is really dumb. Because I'm sure, like... But the customers don't stop. They're starting to. They kind of are starting to. Like, look at Sony. The reason why Sony's having issues is because people are not buying their stuff. Black Flag. Ubisoft. Black Flag. Ugh. Sony is a good example, yes. So, some people don't understand how Japanese business practices work. What Sony is doing is a Japanese business practice. Now, I don't know if their CEO is Western or Eastern. It doesn't matter, because what they're doing is essentially an Eastern move. How consumption in the East works is, there is brand loyalty. Apple's tries to do the same shit. In case you didn't know. There is brand loyalty, which basically means that they rely a lot more on the current consumer base rather than the new consumer base. Which essentially means that they have this trust that the consumer will keep buying their product, even if the prices become unreasonable. Essentially, they have stopped caring about the new consumers, and they're punishing the old consumers. The thing is that Sony is an international company and not an Eastern company, which means you are basically blocking out the majority of the Western market, because unlike the Japanese, who will basically die by the brand that they are loyal to because of how their culture is, the West doesn't care as much about brand loyalty if they start noticing that things are fucked up. They will leave. Like, I was a pretty diehard Xbox fan. I loved the Xbox up until the Xbox One. And honestly, I would have switched to being a Sony guy if consoles weren't expensive, because I've always been interested in having a PS4. But then PS5 and Series came out, and I'm like, fuck this shit. Yeah, I basically, like, I already had a PC, so I transferred over. But the thing is that what a lot of people don't understand about this stuff, it's two things. One is that the reason why, at least in the West, in the East it's a little different, but in the West, there's this weird thing where, like, when we look at a brand and we look at a product, the product is what defines the brand. Okay, you're not supposed to hit that fucking button. And so, what has happened is that the brand is now what defines the brand itself, not the product. So there's no difference between like playing on Steam, playing on a PS5, and playing on an Xbox Series. The only thing that's different is the product is the brand. That's it. So the problem is people don't have any brand security. They're confused. They don't care. So what Sony is doing is they're trying to bank into loyalty, which is a red flag, because, like, you're basically isolating a lot, and it means you're going to up the costs a lot more. And honestly, I kind of would see that even the Japanese are probably going to start, like, pulling away. Because, like, they're being really stupid about it. And if you basically look at most of the business practices, the reason why remakes are happening is because they're cheap to make, people will buy them, and, like, basically they have no idea how to make a game. And the reason is all because mediocrity sells. So their sales don't do as well as they think. They basically get that cash grab. they get the money, and then they see that people don't care as much for the product because the product's not that great. Like NST, the product was not that great. Most of the people that bought into NST were nostalgia, and a couple of new people. But there was there were some mixed reviews. It didn't do as well as it could have done, and I'm sure they projected that the numbers would have been higher. Then Nitro Fueled, which was kind of the same thing. And then Crash 4, which... I mean, Crash 4 did do really well in the beginning, but... Toys for Bob didn't exactly, like... Toys for Bob didn't do a super good job with Crash 4. When they were trying to do Crash 5, Activision forced them to make Crash Rumble. And, Activision fired Toys for Bob. Yo, Jack. So, Toys for Bob got disbanded during Crash 5, in case anybody didn't know about that. But the thing is that it was always Activision breathing down their necks. And I'm assuming that the new Spyro game is probably going to be similar, as long as Activision is involved. But if it's mostly just Microsoft backing them and Activision stays off their backs, it's probably going to do well. Because I don't really know what to say. Highly fitted for Spyro more than Crash. I don't know about that because Skylanders sucks. That doesn't mean they understand Spyro. All that really means is that they made a game that had Spyro in it. You could say the Reignited trilogy was pretty good, and I mean the first game was. The rest were not because of outsourcing. They didn't have enough time. They did do a good job at like looking at the code and checking things out to make it similar to the original. But they didn't make a new game. 5 times more than the original games. However, the original games were under indie game. Like back in those days, the video game and gaming industry were more under what we would consider indie game rules, just with advertisements. It's more than just nostalgia. Why are they still releasing Cash Grab? Economics. Economists like number go up. They want number to go up. Now, Toys for Bob might be able to make a good game. And if they end up making a good Spyro game, I will be happy. And I mean, I was kind of elated when I saw the news, at least until I saw Activision. And I still don't have, like, extremely good, a very good impression of Toys for Bob. However, I also am aware that it is possible that some of their mishaps, or at least what I would consider mishaps, have happened as a result of Activision breathing down their necks. I think of Crash 4, I haven't played it, but it's more of a cash grab. You manage to make a timeless game, you succeed. Exactly. There are so few timeless games that have been made in the modern day. Crash 4 is not a timeless game. Sorry to say it. Nitro Fueled is also not a timeless game. Okay, can you stop, like, having these stupid issues? But yeah, economists look at the money. How about a Twinsanity remake? That's never gonna happen, dude. The modern video gaming industry would make it a piece of shit. Trust me. Always be careful what you wish for. Unless it's made by the original developers, and it's not being made with, like, some major company breathing down their necks, the remake is never going to be what you want it to be. Need to be made by TT. Yeah, which it won't be. And, like, there's one thing a lot of people don't consider, is that that's not what the metrics are saying. The metrics are saying that you have to go for the big games that are easy to recreate. And then basically use extremely, like, monetized content in order to essentially make quick cash, so that way your numbers can go up, so that way you can make more slop. Crash Twinsanity would not have that, because it's not a complete game. The vibe makes it memorable and playable. No, it's very playable. They would have to, like, half of the jokes they can't even make in the modern day. You would have fucking, like, Gamergate or, like, whatever saying, like, oh, well, they made the mother joke. That's sexist. You can't do that. Oh, well, there's that fart joke. You can't give that to children. Twinsanity is not unfinished because of Universal. Twinsanity had 1.5 years. Actually, more technically, but Twinsanity, as what you're looking at right now, this was 1.5 years. They had a year and a half to finish the game. They had plenty of time. The team was not organized enough to create a properly finished product. That's why so much of the content was cut. The reason why, like, there should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time. Yes, but they ran out of time because of their own mismanagement. Yo, Fred. That should have worked. Unfinished and still made a really good game. Yeah, because they had good ideas. They didn't have good known characters swearing for it, probably. But the thing is this game could not exist. Hey, thanks for the small stonks. Yes, we know. Please don't spam my chat with fun facts. 99% of the people here know them. I appreciate you want to spread the love, but it does flood the chat. Please and thank you. Until something massive changes, like Activision giving up the Crash IP, I don't think that any of this is gonna come true. Better exist than nothing? Are you sure that's a good idea? What kind of run do I prefer? 100% usually? To have more creativity, yes. There's like the issue is that the teams are too large and full of like politics. There's no communication in the teams. They hire too many people and exploit the fuck out of them. There's no incentive for creativity, as Sami is saying, because like the technology is there. You don't need to be creative. The technology is just there. And they care more about the dollar and the bottom line than they do, like, the customer happiness. This was 343 Industries' issue with Halo, by the way. Or, well, should I say, Halo Company now, in quotation marks, which is just 343 Industries with painted fingernails. No, they don't rush it. They're stuck in fucking, approval hell. Everybody has ideas. Nobody has communication, and they have to go up to the upper management, which can take weeks to reach management. So by the time it gets approved, they already have to work on something else. All of the issues are faults of the industry. It's not really the fault of the people that are working, like the programmers, because the programmers are most likely very talented. They just have no ability to, like, strut their stuff. Yes, weeks! It could take weeks! That was the issue with, that's the issue with, like, I'm not taking that. That was the issue with Halo, was that it could take weeks for things to get approved. This is why Halo 4 and Halo 5 were like hell. This is why Master Chief Collection was a fucking broken ass mess. And like there was a lot of like abuse going on in the company too. It was really bad. Like, and this happens all the time. So when it takes weeks to get something approved, no, ETD is not a dogshit game because of that. The reason why ETD suck balls is because they decided to build their own engine as amateur developers while they were developing the game. So they had basically no idea how the fucking engine worked while they were building a game, and they had no experience. So they had no time to be able to make a fucking game because they needed the engine to work. You mastered Luigi's Mansion? Let's go, dude. Crash Twinsanity was not a finished game because the team, while they had great ideas, they didn't have enough leadership and organization to actually make the game cohesive. So they had to cut a lot of content. They had a lot of time because the higher ups liked them. These are JMax words. He's like, the reason why they had so much time was specifically because of that A-Turbo. Difference between classic route. So classic route uses the it just does everything in order. Cursed route does early hub 3 faster. Not everything can be fixed by mods. Pretty much, yeah. Check 6 and Equinox were hardly communicated. Okay, there we go. Did I ever finish Frontiers? I did. Yes. Why? Yo, Tut, thanks for the good luck. People are particularly chatty today, and so am I. What did I think? Pretty good game, I guess. Like Dark Souls. Yeah, Hidden Mansion's cool. I still have some McDonald's chicken nuggets in the fridge from earlier. That was stupid. This is pretty slow. This is like, what, a 313 or something? The 311? The fuck? I lost, like, years. And I get asslock. I have not made it into Cavern in, like, fucking 20 minutes. Nintendo Direct. There's probably gonna be nothing. It's probably gonna be a nothing burger. Maybe they'll have some new Mario or something. I miss the days when video games were made by fucking people who played video games and not bigwigs. The fact that there were only 2 things, Ruby and Sapphire ported to the Switch would be dope. Why? Mario Titans? Why? Last Mario game was mediocre. Ruby and Sapphire ported to Switch wouldn't really do much. Yeah. Just emulate it. Like, let me put it to you like this. You want to see any? No, I don't care. You don't like piracy. Why? They are games that do not affect the industry. Thanks for the good luck. Piracy does not affect video game sales. That is a false claim. The only reason why they say piracy hurts and affects sales is because when they ruled that piracy was illegal for video games, they were selling them. You like emulation? Mario sucks, Luigi's awesome, true. Because I'm gonna tell you this, anybody that's gonna pirate the game was probably not going to be a customer to begin with. They don't affect the sales. Even the distribution, like, the only people that are going to purchase the game are the people that are willing to purchase the game. If you're saying that somebody has to purchase the game, they were never going to purchase the game to begin with. It's a logical fallacy that piracy actually damages the industry. It helps the industry. And the reason it helps the industry is because it means that they need to make the product good enough for people to want to buy it. If more people think the game deserves to be pirated, it is a problem on the people producing it, rather than a problem with the people trying to pirate it. Also, the other thing is there are some people in some countries, or there are people who do not have access to the games. I will give a very good example. Resident Evil Village had Denuvo. There were some PCs that most likely couldn't even run the damn game because Denuvo was too taxing on their PC. And yes, that's a real thing, because Denuvo had a significant impact on performance. So, it's okay. No, see, not wanting to emulate and preferring to play things on hardware makes sense. But I'm gonna break your brain, Joseph. Those are not ports. Those are emulators being played on your Switch with ROMs. Those are pretty much the exact same, just on weaker hardware and less accurate emulation. Those like Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch, it's the same thing. It is actually just an emulator put on the Switch, and they take the ROM of their own game and they put it on the Switch. It's 100% okay to pirate Nintendo games. True. Also, I am not saying, by the way... No, it's not a port. Dude, not even Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Those weren't ports, those were emulators. Those were literally fucking emulators that Nintendo stole in order to fucking run, those games. Those were emulators that Nintendo fucking stole. Official company out there, you edge to the fact that Nintendo got fined, true. And badly emulated, yes. See, that's the problem. I have no problem with emulation on official hardware. But if the emulation on the official hardware is worse than unofficial emulation, why should you trust it? Why should you trust official over non-official? Now, also, here's the other thing, and the reason why I'm saying this, Joseph. I'm not arguing with you at all. What I'm saying is that what you're saying doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is playing the games on official hardware is where your argument is. And you saying that you want to play the games on official hardware is how you feel. And not just like disliking emulation, because emulation is used more than you would think. Yeah, the PS1 Classic is a literal just emulation box, and it's a shitty one. Non-official allows for mods, 60 FPS higher resolutions, etc., etc. Yes. No, I know a decent amount about how emulation works and all this stuff. And it's like, when you get down to it, and you learn about some of the things... Super Mario 3D All-Stars, those were not ports, those were emulators. On a limited time game. I just want to point that out. It was limited access. Super Mario 3D All-Stars was limited access, and it used emulators that ran like shit. And they charged, like... They charged up the ass for the fucking game. Now, however, there is one thing that was actually a positive from Super Mario 3D All-Stars, and that was Galaxy having gyro controls. That is good. However, Super Mario Sunshine had a glaring emulator glitch that made speedrunning weird. 3D All-Stars is a fucking joke, yes. Didn't 3D All-Stars use Dolphin as a basis? For Galaxy and for Sunshine, yes. This is why I subscribe to fan-made PC ports. Because with fan-made PC ports, you basically have total control and nobody cares. Because everybody has access to it. Yeah, basically. Fan-made PC ports, I think, should be the future for just about everything. Like, particularly for speedrunning. I think that, as speedrunners, we should accept those. Because if we have access to, like, changing certain things. 3D All-Stars, it's okay. You'd say it was okay if you didn't want to learn that it was emulation. Yeah, that was Nintendo's idea, was they were trying to sue Dolphin so that way they could basically use Dolphin. You don't really need open goal for the Crash trilogy. Just so everybody is aware, the Crash trilogy has already been completely decompiled. It's been decompiled for a decade now. You could literally go and then take the code and then just, like, rewrite it into, like, C++ or whatever, and then just pretty much, you could make a PC port of the whole trilogy. You could do it now. You really could. You could do it now. If you wanted to. Bonus points if you make it as accurate to the original as possible. And made it like open world. Modern Naughty Dog was probably more, they were probably more shocked about the fact that they couldn't find a way to sue them. They tried to sue? No, but they were probably shocked that they couldn't find a way to do so. Pretty accurate, yeah. The thing about it, though, is that, has been completely recompiled. I said decompiled, not recompiled. You're a retro achievements addict? They can add retro achievements to PC port. There's just not enough. And it would be a lot easier to do that too, because you could link it directly to the site. But they want to stop everything unofficial, yeah. Most companies do that now. The only company that doesn't do it is Sega proprietary stuff, particularly with Sonic. They love Sonic fan games. Can I get out of fucking Jungle Bungle, please? Converting with the MIPS, Crash 1 and 2 were written in... I don't know. It's still WIP? The last I remember it was finished. But it was to PS1 specific. Last I remember, they didn't. Naughty Dog didn't hand over the code. That's what I heard, was that Naughty Dog refused to hand over the code. Gradually? I'm not sure if that's so gradual, because last I remember, it was at least, from Checkwob's thing, if I remember correctly, the last, like, change was from 10 years ago. Yeah, I know CTR is currently being decompiled and going into a PC port. If I pressed A 1 frame earlier, I would have gotten the higher double jump and failed. That blonde skip. This is pretty fast. Surprisingly. Almost worthy of the sub 310. Almost. Maybe it actually is the sub 310, I don't know. There we go. It was indeed the sub 310, but I am not sure if I made it in. Okay. We're just going to pretend like I didn't, that just didn't just happen, okay? But glitches in 60, normally it's the opposite. The reason is because they glitch tested the game in 50. As Naughty Dog doesn't hand over his personal engine. Interesting. Oh, come on. I guess I'm not getting bro strats today. The game doesn't want to give me a damn bone. I'm gonna bounce really high. Yep. Yeah, the game hates me today. Normally the opposite. Yeah, they tested the game in 50 because they had to. Sonic Heroes PS2 and 50 hertz. But yeah, the team was European. So their CRTs didn't support 50 hertz or 60 hertz, so they had to test it in when resetting the game logic with the CNK was a thing. Yeah. I could try that. This game was developed in Oxford, yep. Verify if that was placebo. It probably wasn't placebo, but, it probably had to do with something in, like, some kind of RAM. There you go.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
The reason why I know that, by the way, is because I asked J-Mac. I asked him specifically, and then I asked him about slide glitch, and he had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. Which means it went past testing, and the thing is back in those days, they probably had CRTs that didn't support 60 hertz. So they probably just tested it in 50, even though they were doing, Can I ask why? Because, boss fridge. Got me started into learning Russian. I kind of just wanted to. I tried learning Russian in 2015 and I stopped, and then I just decided I wanted to. Need to catch up with their videos. That was not on their channel, that was on mine. And being an annoying bitch. Day 69, has it really been day 69? Yeah, because they were actually playtesting the NTSC version. Which I highly doubt was a lie. But yeah, Secret Rings will happen, after I'm done with Twinsanity. Which I'm not that far off. Nah. -10. Could be better. Who worked in a bakery? Yo, awesome. So question... This is like a curious question, by the way. What is up with, like, the large amounts of people that watch Crash streams and wanting to just, like, spam random facts about the franchise? Why is that so common? Autism? Yeah, but it doesn't happen with Sonic, and Sonic is like giga autism. Happens with Ratchet? That's weird. Doesn't happen with Sonic. Just popped into your head. Sonic fans too busy discussing OCs. Fuck. I hate how right you are. ADHD? Many of us have ADHD and autism. Okay. Did you know Crash is orange? True. Full-blown brain rot. Oh. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Imagine Crash being orange. Did you know that Spyro, his original name is Pete the Dragon, and he used to be green? He blended in with the grass, so they made him purple. Whoa. Understandable. Crash is purple. Imagine. Crash made you purple in it, mate. I got an insta-fall, that kind of sucks. Gone to Specsavers, imagine. I don't know what that is, but imagine. It's not called Spyro Crash Fusion in North America. There's still Crash Purple and Spyro Orange. The twin pack is called Fusion now. Alright, good night, take it easy. Is an eye testing place? I don't know why I read that as twisting. Maybe I need to get my fucking brain twisted or something. Okay, I was about to say, why the fuck is Crash's head not fucking moving? I had a brain fart for a second. I almost died. Me justifying the road rage. Still can't make that cycle. Yikes. There we go. Oh! Neat. What? What happened there? Crash didn't turn to the left. I mean, whatever. Like, who cares? I got it, so. Why the little jump there? You need to, store a long jump. Okay, whew! I was very off center. Every time you slide, the game is storing the slide jump state for Crash. Come on. Come on, there we go. And then you lose that state every time you jump. But if you jump while you are not on the ground, but the game is considering you on the ground, you get the long jump. That's why, like, I'm always jumping off of, like, fucking ledges and stuff. Particularly after I do slide jumps. So you do a controllable slide jump so you have long jump storage, so that way you don't, oh, so that way you can, long jump to the yellow gem. If I get Mother Skip, I'm saving Giga Time, by the way. Kaka. You were trying not to mention the time. They are not golds. They are, ahead. My split colors are, modeled after relics from Crash 3. So gold is, ahead saving time. Sapphire is ahead losing time. Platinum is best seg. I would have mentioned it. I would have mentioned it if they were particularly good times. I'm taking damage here. That's not good. I have to be a little careful here. Damn it. I didn't get Mother Skip. There's only one part where I can die. It's coming up. Okay, game. Fuck you too. I can die here. Cancelled. Yep. I'm going around it. I can make it. I can make it. Yes! Woo! Okay. I lost time, but whatever. I'm losing time, actually. This was a very, very bad, slip slide. That was a really bad slip slide, and somehow I'm on the fastest pace I've ever been on.
I've never been so humiliated. No amount of
Somehow?
pleasure could ever begin to compensate.
Treasure, eh? Bonza.
Okay, and then I took that was a really bad movement there. I didn't even get the damn mask. Doesn't matter because you death abuse here, but still. That is one of the dumbest fucking deaths I've ever had. That rat, holy fuck, dude. No. Refreshing Baja Blast. Dude! Oh! Fuck off. I tried to jump early there. I mean, that run kind of sucked. If I don't PB today, which I probably won't, I will PB tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. Like, okay. I'm pretty sure I'll PB tomorrow instead of if I don't PB today because, I mean, I basically already was running on, low energy anyways. I've been very slow on that part for a little while. I haven't been getting much sub 30s. My movement's been pretty bad. Yeah, by the way, that run, in case anybody was curious, that was without Brower strats, so I lost like 20 seconds. So I would have been like almost a minute ahead. Going into, I would have been almost a minute ahead going into high seas. There is most likely a setup for Brower strats, by the way. Just somebody has to find it. The unfortunate part is that probably the only person that's gonna look for it is me. Now, I did check some stuff out, but I didn't really get anything definitive. Unfortunately. Fuck off. 311 looks like. Maybe a 310 if I'm fast. Damn it. If I get stuck in Jungle Bungle again, I'm just gonna end stream. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to be stuck in Jungle Bungle jail for I don't want to be stuck in it for ages. Oh, see, that's good movement. Damn. 29.6 from that? Woof. That was spicy. Who drank my goddamn Dire Mountain Dew? Let me smell your breath. Hey guys, it's me, Francis. I really hope that that meme isn't old enough to where, like, nobody knows what the fuck I'm referencing anymore. Holy shit, this is slow as fuck. I lost 3 seconds. Is Jordy doing runs, I wonder? That was a 312? Might check to see who's streaming. Sloth might still be streaming. Probably not, though. He doesn't usually stream past the 4 or 5 hour mark. Finally, rower strats. There we go. We are chilling with the pace. Really? Really, game? Jordy is actually still going. I want to see if he's on a run. If he's on a run, I'm gonna raid out, I think. He's not on a run. Okay. I'll do a couple more attempts then. Sloth is not streaming. And it doesn't really look like there's anybody, any speedrunners that I'd like to raid. Maybe Kylie. Ah, I might actually raid Witherman. Henya is streaming. I'm not gonna raid Henya. I mean, I wouldn't mind raiding a VTuber, but I'm not raiding Henya. Give it another 15 attempts, and then I'll raid Witherman, who's running Bubsy 4D. Or maybe I'll just give it a couple more. Let's see where it goes. That was slow. If I make it into Cavern, this will be the final attempt, though. And I'll do more runs tomorrow. That's a guarantee. Okay. Okay, game. I'm pretty sure nobody saw what happened, but Crash was considered in the air, so I wasn't able to jump. I lost like a second. Finally, acceptable movement. Baby size PB, let's go, dude. Gonna keep going. Yo, let's go, Saucy. Looks like this will be the last run of the day. Massive game lag right there. Damn it. Get in the hole. I wonder if what I was doing there was just placebo. I don't know. I don't know if what I'm doing is placebo or not. Aww. Your mom is incredible, true. I was almost fast enough to actually just hit that. Oh, man. Can't get fucking broer strats today. Bueno, superior. Not doing nut skip? It's not as rare as you think. Okay. Okay, game. At least I didn't lose that much time. You probably won't be seeing me do nut skip again, at least not for a long time. Unless I'm doing, resetless any percent. Oh great, I have a blister on my hand, on my finger from reapplying thermal paste. Aga BB. Bastard. Okay.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak minded.
Get to move right.
Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
Rip Cortex. Yeah, this is last run of the day. Okay. I'm surprised I actually made it because, like, I jumped early. Usually when you jump early, you don't get all the way up. Not sure if I got lucky or not. No, not June Timber, true. Nice. Fire movement, hang on. There we go. I think I waited long enough. I may not have. Let's do a little bit of that. There you go. A little wiggle. First try, let's go, dude. There we go. Nice. No. Yay. That was almost bad. Yay. Should you do a no reset? No. You should practice Twinsanity. My movement's fucked up. Did you do a no reset? I don't know, maybe. Slide move seems pretty good. I hope so. If you practice Twinsanity, you're not beating the allegations. Fuck the allegations. Play a fun game. Slide jumping is indeed the main movement mechanic. Okay. Alright, game. I've never seen that before. Well, slide jumping and long jumping, but still. Crash, boom, bang with all characters. Die. Okay. Am I gonna make the cycle? No! What the fuck, dude? No way I missed that fucking cycle because game sucks. It's so rare to miss that fucking body slam. To lose time on this split? I could still lose time. I lost like 7 seconds, which sucks because I shouldn't be losing time at all because like 3:53 is not that good of a split time, I don't think. Okay. I almost missed that. I almost missed the load. I don't know. At least Fastbat cooperated this time. Last time it didn't cooperate at all. Like what exactly? You mean the jump instead of the body slam? I don't know. No. I got lucky there. This run's super slow. I think a lot of things boil down to G-Pro does it, so it must be hard. Or it's like I tried the G-Pro method once and it was too hard. Cortex. Yo, Hatake. I think that's why a lot of people just don't do my strats. You got our number? Let's go, dude. But have you started texting yet? Earlier today, bet. So not yet. I don't like the whole idea that, like, you just got somebody's number so you can't text them. I think that's stupid. What's wrong with just wanting to try to communicate with somebody, and if they don't like that, then they're stupid. Oh, she's at work. Okay, never mind. Bet. No combo yet? Okay. Understandable. I hope things work out. And if they don't, you tried your best. $45. Well. No, I hit the fucking ceiling again. I just start streaming? Yeah, about 3 hours ago. I disconnected because my internet's dumb, but there we go. Oi. Let's go around. I couldn't go around because I suck, I guess. Feel 25 is too early to start a family? Depends. Fuck you. I'm unsatisfied with that. I want to do some more runs. Get the ball rolling. I don't know if 25 is too early, but finding somebody that you can have a long-term relationship with is still a good idea. Just in general. Having healthy, healthy friendships and relationships with people is never a bad thing. And that's why you figure it out. If you don't figure it out, then, well, tough luck, I guess. Yeah, you need to have, somebody needs a good job and good income. Wanting to be a wife for a while, but she's never had a boyfriend? Hang on a second. Okay. So here's the thing. That is either a massive green flag or a massive red flag. Now, how you will know for sure? Very easy. Talk to her until she has either shown that she has red flags, or she's a massive green flag. Very nice, works with kids. Brody may have hit the jackpot. You may have. Does she care that you're broke? Doesn't seem like it? That's a green flag. That's a massive green flag. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the realest shit possible. Is that if she wants you to buy stuff for her, but doesn't care if you're like, how the fuck has nobody scooped her up yet? That's why I was saying it might be like a red flag. But here's the thing, is that sometimes people just don't know how to approach people. And there's also another thing too, where like, some people are actually just legitimately scared of approaching innocent people. And something that I've kind of noticed is that there is a thing where, like, if somebody is not being performative, or, like, if they're not acting in a certain way, people just legitimately will not, like, want to date them. Even if they have, like, massive green flags. Or, like, some people are just unlucky. And it can also be autism, too. You have to be, like, aware of the fact that, like, sometimes people have certain autistic traits that just do not attract people. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm one of those people. Some people just do not have any sex appeal whatsoever, even if they're attractive. And considering I have been told many times I am quite conventionally attractive, which I don't know. I think I'm at least okay looking. But I have been told I'm conventionally attractive. Like, people have been very curious as to why women never approached me. They don't love me at my broke, they don't deserve me at my top. I wouldn't say that. I would just say if your money status doesn't matter and the companionship matters more, then that is a massive green flag. Because I don't care. I don't understand the idea that the man has to be the provider, but that doesn't mean the man can't provide, because like that, it's our like, it's instinct. The man wants to kind of provide. You're super ugly. Your entire high school experience was just being laughed at. What if you're not, though? What if that's just what people wanted you to think? Unless your mom is telling you that. Like, if your fucking, like, family's telling you you're ugly as shit. But I remember being told a lot, like, because I've shown pictures to friends of, like, what I looked like when I was in high school. And I have been told many times, like, dude, what the fuck? You were actually really attractive in high school. How did you not get a girl? it's like, you know, it doesn't make me feel better. It's like, dude, you're attractive. It's like, okay, but like, I never had been asked out. I had never been, whatever, and it's like, some people, I think, assume that, like, just because somebody looks nice means that they, like, actually win. That's not always true. Approach you, but you just found them cringy. Will he do the ask unless the guy is insanely attractive? This is true. It also depends on the... It does depend a lot on the culture. Because in Japan, it does happen. Which may have contributed to the bullying. No, usually bullying happens when they perceive you to be weak. And they don't want to be perceived as weak, so they pick on you so that way you look weaker and they look stronger. That is, like, how bullying works. But also, like, teasing tends to be very similar to bullying. It's just when basically, like, dudes go to, like, a bar or something. Or, like, they're like, dude, you ugly as shit. It's the same thing. But it relieves tension rather than make somebody look weak. Or strong. It depends on, like, how it's taken. And the intent behind it. Used to cut deep. I mean, I think there is something to be said about, like, the attractive tax or the pretty tax or whatever. But I never really got many benefits. I was still kind of ignored. I got kicked out of the smart kids table because they made fun of me. And you know, the funny thing is that I was friends with one of the football players. He was a childhood friend, so I was allowed to hang out with the football players, which is hilarious because I didn't fucking like play football and I didn't really talk much. But they still allowed me to be there, and they chilled with me and they made jokes with me and were friendly. They're mostly just stoners. How did I die? That was weird. But yeah, I hung out with the stoners. Which is odd because I hang on. Let me look at this. Hang on, let's look at the CTR stuff. Well, yeah, all of it can be better. So many rules are not respected. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm dealing with CTR drama and stuff. Yes, I stopped my stream because CTR drama is kind of being stupid. It's just sad. He's about to be timed out. It's Oh, come on. This is tiring. Okay. I want to run twins. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. These people are stupid. This is really stupid. Okay. Yeah, it's always CTR. It's so stupid because the thing is, okay. So I'm gonna say this since it's done, it's over with. I don't care anymore. I'm going to say this, and I apologize, Pinstripe, if I got a little heated. Like, because the thing is drama pisses me off. I know the thing with Victor happened, and it's not fair that he can't defend himself, and that pisses me off. Because the thing is why didn't my keyboard start? So here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I had the same shit happen to me in the Sonic community, but in a much bigger scale, so it always pisses me off when somebody can't fight for themselves. So when this happens, I cannot control myself, but I also kind of want to put that into light because yes, his wife is going to question it, but other people are going to question it too. And it's like, the moderators are upset because every time he talks, he's using an ego. And he's trying to be manipulative. And it's like, I see right through that shit. And the thing is that the fact that I saw, and I mean, Victor saying, hey, look, can we, like, do this? It's like, it's not worth it. They're being children. And I get that his wife is trying to defend him. That's fine. I'm not angry at her. I didn't know it was his wife. The thing is I'm not angry at her. I'm angry at Lorno because Lorno has power in the fucking community and he's not using it correctly. I don't like lies. I don't like it when people do this. And the thing is it's only a few people in CTR. Everybody knows it. And it's like, dude, just... Well, yes, of course I'm gonna defend Victor. One... Yo, Matsuri, sorry for not saying anything earlier. I think it was important. The thing is, and I'll tell you guys this, I feel very strongly about my friends, and I care a lot about my friends. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, if I saw Victor was in the wrong, I would have said something. And I would have, like, told him to shut up and calm down. But I'm looking at that and it's like, dude, it's a pattern. CTR is just stupid drama. It's not even like good drama, it's stupid drama. Very stupid drama. I was in the Sonic community. This kind of shit was a normal Tuesday in Sonic speedrunning. This happened all the fucking time with a lot of people. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I like the Crash community. The Crash community, it has its drama, but the drama is so light and it's like it usually resolves. This is ridiculous. I don't want to go in there and then see like the moderators are struggling because somebody doesn't care. Yes, that's also the thing. Deep down, Lorno does he's very impassionate about it. That's why I didn't call him a piece of shit. Because I don't think he's being a piece of shit. He's, exactly, letting his emotions go out of control, target somebody because he has an ego. And the thing is like when you have an ego, you don't understand that what you're doing is wrong. And that's the thing. Well, yeah, nobody in the Crash Trilogy complains about having Emu Split. Yes, we're all very passionate. And I said this before, it's just, the thing is like, when it starts to become targeted, it becomes stupid. And yes, unfortunately, my play style, like my drama style, and I mean, like, when I go in, is I play the bad guy. I've always been like this. It's like, I will be the bad guy and direct the anger towards me. Because you know what I can do when that happens? Is I can at least diffuse it when people get angry at me. Then nobody else gets hurt. And that's what I was doing, but also I want to, like, tell people, like, listen, this shit happened. There may be no evidence for it, but the thing is like, if somebody came to me and told me that this was happening... Am I sweating my balls off? I mean, it is pretty warm here. But it's like, dude, just let it go. I don't play politics. I see right through bullshit. I can see Lorno is kind of doing that. And the thing is that he wants to protect his reputation because he's trying to become a bigger streamer. The problem is the way that it's going about it is not so good. Now, I can give you a very good example, by the way, of something where a very similar thing happened. And it's possible Lorno didn't even actually do it, but apparently, according to the VOD, he did. Where, back when Sword of Seals, and if you don't know who that is, he's banned. Versus Kalibo, back when Kalibo was clearly the better Crash 2 runner, but Sword of Seals was running on console, so his run was faster. There was a literal war in the sub-communities that neither of them wanted, by the way. And you know what they did? They called everybody out on it, like, listen, this is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. If Lorno wasn't responsible, he should have at least said something. And the thing is like, it has nothing to do with whether he's a good or a bad person. It is just the actions are not excusable. It doesn't matter if your intentions are, like, good or bad. Because you could be very good intentioned and cause a lot of harm. And right now, CTR community is causing a lot of harm. The thing is I don't give a shit about CTR, but I give a lot of a shit about speedrunning communities, because I've been around speedrunning for so long. And all I want to see is that we reach an understanding that bullying is unacceptable, even if you are underneath a moderator, and the moderator should not have to deal with it. And at the same time, the moderator shouldn't have to, you know, call somebody names or feel like they need to defend themselves in order to keep their respect in the community. Ask me how I know, because I've been through that shit. It's not fair. It's not fair to any of the moderators. It's not fair to the community. Pinstripe, you're upset. And you know what? You should absolutely keep loving the community. Honestly, that in itself, I think, kind of makes you worthy of potentially being a moderator for CTR, in my opinion. Now, mind you, I'm not a leaderboard mod. So, like... Wait, you are a mod? I'm stupid. I'm stupid. For like a month. I'm fucking dumb, dude. Then I'm glad you're a mod. I'm very glad that you're a mod. But I'm gonna give you some advice. You don't have to always be the good guy, but I will say, in specific, you do have to kind of put your foot down, like I was doing, in saying, like, if you deal with somebody like this, the best way to do it is to ignore exactly what they're doing. Say, like, you're being a bad person, expose actions, and if they don't listen, time them out. Because the thing is the more that they talk, the more they're going to put you in a trap, which they will gain favor for doing so. That is a trap. That is basically what was happening. Now, whether he's aware of it or not, that's a different story. Does it matter? No. That doesn't matter either. Always take it with deference, but also remember that if somebody is trying to make you talk, they're trying to lead you into a trap.
Crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go Crystal.
No, you don't have to do what I do, because the thing is when I engage in drama, I'm extremely aggressive. But I also kind of do like a strike system that I use. Where, like, I mean, the first strike was when I started getting involved. The second strike was today, where, like, things are starting to get bad again for no reason. The third strike is basically, like, a potential ban. Because even if somebody is not, like... Even if somebody didn't, like, break rules, if they are actively disrupting the community, they don't deserve to be in the community. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They don't deserve to be there if they're going to disrupt it. Even if they're not breaking rules. Because the thing is that if you allow stuff like that to happen, it will go, and it will get worse. Because the more you fight it, the more that they gain favor, and the more that you look bad, if they're trying to do so. Also, ask me how I know. I have been in that particular, I have been in that, like, I've been in that situation before. Since you're monin, oh boy. Yeah, the Sonic community was way worse than this. And also, I will say this for sure, like, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, it's perfectly fine. I'm not going to, like, I'm not here to judge the moderation or anything. I'm really just kind of trying to defend my friend and defend peace and call out bullshit. Because I'm very good at doing that. Oh, I see that, the wife is angry now. That's interesting. It makes sense. She loves him. Really need to have a VC call? Or something when I have a civil discussion? There's no real civil discussion because... Nothing's gonna stop you from grinding CTR or Crash Trilogy. Good. I hope your passion doesn't... I hope your passion doesn't, die like mine did. With Sonic, but... No, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for keeping it real. Moderation needs more people like that. Honestly, like, I mean, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. PSP should not be on the fucking boards. Ban the fucking thing. Nobody runs it. And then just fucking do PS2 and emulator. Nobody cares. Anybody that gets angry is like, dude, nobody runs PSP. The boards are dead. They will remain dead. Plus, also, it runs faster, so, like, that's stupid. Okay. Okay. Wanted to add my 2 cents to the mod chat. You used to play CTR on a PSP? You poor bastard. I don't think that something that, like, okay, you were 13, understandable. I don't think that we should allow something that runs 4% faster. I don't think that we should. I think that's a bad idea. Even if it's official, I don't think so, yeah. Just in general. However, I am also going to say this. I am not a CTR runner. I'm never going to be a CTR runner. So my opinion is not necessarily legal. Or not legal, but my opinion is not exactly valid. Because I don't mod CTR, I don't have to. I'm sure I got a lot of people angry at me today, and that's fine. I'm used to it. I just don't want to see this shit. I don't want to see people getting angry. And then the mods have to suffer all the time. And yes, I know about that, Joseph. I've known about that since 2012. No, you're fine. Back to actual fun stuff, yeah. Story of how you got mod. Okay, yeah, I want to hear this. Maybe I should follow Pinstripe. I probably should. He wants to be mod. We need people. Hey, can I be mod? Bro asked for mod and got it. Bro's living life on easy mode. He's living life on fucking easy mode. Yeah, I don't want to check the CTR mod channel or the CTR channel. I do have it muted, but not for that reason. I just have no interest in CTR. Laxian and Victor, yeah. You know, I've known Victor for a long time. But, like, he's been in the Crash community for, like, over 10 years. Not as long as I have, mind you. But the thing is that he's not always the most mature dude, but he has a good heart. Another autistic CTR fan. I mean, let's be honest here, we're all autistic. This is the reason, by the way, in case anybody didn't know who's watching the stream right now, who doesn't, like, understand why speedrunning has so much drama, it's because we're all fucking autistic! Too specific, true. So yes, of course, like, problems are gonna happen, and a lot of people don't know how to resolve those problems. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm good at it. Maybe a little bit better than other people, but yeah. Honestly, and by the way, don't tell anybody. And I've said this before, and I've basically, like, called myself out for this. I'm not a leaderboard mod. I'm in the chat, but I'm not a leaderboard mod. There is a story behind that, by the way. But I was... No. Okay, so the story, as I remember, is that I was a server mod for the Crash community. And then, like, there was, like, some discussion going on. I don't remember what it was, but I kind of wanted to know what was going on. And, like, somebody said, wait a second, hang on, you're not set to the leaderboard mods. So I was put as a leaderboard mod. I'm not a leaderboard mod. So it's kind of funny. And the reason why I'm in there is because, like, just because there was some discussion that I could weigh in on. It may have had something to do with Twinsanity. But I mean, I'm kind of in there. Probably the reason why I'm allowed to stay there is because I've been in the Crash community for a very long time, so I guess my opinion is, like... You sent me the proof? Okay. I'll see that later then. You'll be lurking, gonna do Rayman 3? Let's go, dude. But yeah, like, a long time ago, this is over 10 years ago, by the way, I was a, so like in 2013 I became, or no, it was 2014 I think, I became a a moderator for Sonic Adventure DX. And the reason why was because I was so fucking good at the game that, like, nobody could beat me. So they wanted to have my opinions on modding stuff. And this actually ended up turning into me being the, I used to run all of the leaderboards for Sonic in speedrun.com. That also made me, like, basically the person in charge of the Sonic community. So I've had a long history of moderation. I've also had a long history of having to deal with bullshit and bullshit being flung at me. Unfortunately, some things haven't really changed. I'm just gonna roll the bomb. I'm also a leaderboard mod for Rayman 3, though I have not, done anything with it, because, like, they needed a mod, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll verify runs, and then I just stopped doing it. I got too busy with real-life stuff, and I'm not even sure why I'm still mod there, if I even am. I might not be anymore. That is actually the reason why, like, I'm sure if I asked for mod for Twinsanity, I could become a moderator for Twinsanity. Okay, yeah, I see that. I'm not a moderator for Twinsanity. No. I'm not. I do have the Twinsanity leaderboard mod role, but I'm not a leaderboard mod for Twinsanity. If I were a leaderboard mod for Twinsanity, there would have been changes. Like, I have been the cause of several, I have actually been the cause for several changes to it. Yeah, I saw that. And, like, I kind of don't... I don't think that, all levels should be a misc category. I also don't think that Xbox should be allowed... Or, I think Xbox emulator should be allowed. But a lot of people don't like those opinions. And I haven't asked to do Twins moderation because, like, the thing is, like, what am I gonna do? The thing is my opinion still has weight. I can still give my opinion, whether I'm a moderator or not. I am, like, the de facto speedrunner of this game. So, I can still, you know, weigh in. And the thing is on top of that, a lot of people respect my opinion because I've been in the community for a very long time. I've been in the Crash community for 13 years now. And I have been pretty well established in the community. So, if the only thing that would change is I could be able to reject or verify runs. And am I going to verify runs? No. I'm too fucking lazy for that shit. So, like, I mean, a lot of what I can do is I'm good at diffusing arguments. Yo, Juandi. I'm good at diffusing arguments, making sure that, like, drama doesn't explode, or I force it to explode. And I tend to know I have a lot of knowledge on how certain things go. Like, I've been around in a lot of communities. Most people know me for being in the Crash community. Nobody knows I'm very involved in the Halo community, despite not running Halo games. I used to run Halo, but I'm very involved with Halo, and I'm friends with a lot of the moderators for the Halo speedrunning community. I've had a lot of influence in the Sonic speedrunning community. I am somewhat familiar with Metroid and how Metroid does things. I'm very, very, very known in Rayman. So, like, I've been active in a lot of communities. So I have a lot of, like, experience that a lot of people don't have. And I've been a speedrunner for 16 years. I was a speedrunner before speedrunning was really even popular. So that is my understanding as to why I am still allowed to, like, do... why I'm respected. Watched a Halo stream of me for a few minutes recently. I did do a little bit of Halo, but no speedrunning. I may learn Halo Combat Evolved. I did promise somebody I was gonna learn Halo Combat Evolved later this year. It's not the next game that I'm running, though. Next game I'm running is Spyro 1. So Halo you will probably see from me eventually. Oh, come on. Give me the damn body slam. That's 3 seconds. I'm not taking that. I have been, very involved with speedrunning for a long time. I started watching speedruns in 2006 as well. So I have been watching speedruns for 20 years. Why was it so fucking high? Isn't that interesting? I'd been watching glitch videos for about the same amount of time, too. I used to go onto forums. There was a forum that is... David Wan... Was it David Wan? Seeing me kill other people, imagine. If you have a PC, you should get the Master Chief Collection. It frequently goes on sale. It's not the definitive way to play Halo 2 or 3, in my opinion, but... it's good enough. Like, I believe you can get the entire collection for, like, $5, and that's 6 games. Plus multiplayer. And by the way, I am not very good at multiplayer. Also, if I get into Cavern, this will be the true last run of the day. Sheesh, I need a damn... Have time to play video games? RIP. You might get to watch me do some Halo speedrunning at some point then. Because I don't plan on quitting speedrunning anytime soon. If I do, it's because I have to. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a lot of stuff. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. And I'm also going to stream tomorrow, but I have stuff I gotta do. I have to make some calls. Some not very happy calls. Ah, come on, man. Just let me in. Plan on returning to Japan? Of course. Let me read this. Sorry, we got the conclusion. Alright, I'll do a couple more. Yeah, I don't think I can play anymore. Unless it's like kind of late. Is there anybody to raid? Probably not. I think it's just gonna end the stream. Yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream. I'll be back tomorrow and hopefully with less bullshit. Will we playing Bash? Yeah, but nah.